My microphone is muted. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sunday Sprints. I hope you guys are doing well. Let me know what you plan to get up to. I have a cat meowing behind me. Oh, Andy's getting comfortable in his little bed. But yeah, let me know what you guys are doing this Sunday morning or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I have a couple of books that I'm going to be reading today. One of them is Aftertaste. I should be able to finish this in the first sprint. I would think I have an hour left on audio and I'm not listening at one time speed, so I should be able to finish it. And then I'll be reading Ninth Rain, which is a buddy read that I'm doing with Kirsten. So those are my book plans. I also need to make a grocery list, and then I might film while on sprints. We'll see. I haven't decided whether or not I want to do that or if I want to wait until later in the day to record, but I need to record a couple of videos as well and just do some overall planning and house cleaning. I need to do that too. It's a busy day. So I'm here to be productive. I hope you guys are too. Let me know what you're doing. We have Tennille here. Hello, Tennille. And Beatrice. Hello, Beatrice. I'm doing well. I hope you guys are too. Let me know what you guys are up to, what you're reading, if you're loving anything that you're loving anything that you're reading. And Lucina is here. Hello. Working on the to-do list, sprint hopping, and listening to Silverborn, Mercy Thompson series number 5. You are in the middle of, or not in the middle, but you're reading so many series, Tennille, and I am jealous. I want to look this one up because I feel like I should know what this is. You said Mercy Thompson. You're so good at like sticking with. Ooh, I've seen these covers before. Urban fantasy. A Volkswagen mechanic living in the Tri-Cities area of Washington. She also happens to be a walker, a magical being with the power to shift into a coyote at will. Mercy's next door neighbor is a werewolf. Her former boss is a gremlin, and she's fixing a bus for a vampire. It sounds really good. Are you enjoying the series? I would assume so since you're on book 5, but I have seen these covers. Sometimes urban fantasy works for me and sometimes it doesn't. So it just depends. I sadly have stuff to do. No reading. I understand this. Sometimes, we just have to get other things done, and that's okay. I just finished uploading my video for today. I'll have to go watch on the first sprint. Currently, I am watching a few videos on YouTube, but I should keep reading Spark of the Everflame. You'll have to let me know what you think of that book. I've considered giving it a try because it is romantasy, right? I've just heard really good things about it, and I don't know. I feel like it might be something I would enjoy. I haven't I haven't went back and read the synopsis in a while, but I remember the first time I read it, I was like, "Oh, I don't know, it could be something that would be for me." But what videos are you watching on BookTube? I need to go in and catch up on Battle of the Booktubers from this week. I'm really bad about watching YouTube during the weekdays because when I get home, I just don't want to be online. So I typically do all my BookTube watching on the weekends. But yeah, I have those I need to catch up on. And then, of course, like I typically have like not a schedule, but like I'll just go in like either on Saturday or Sunday and pull up like 20 different tabs of YouTube videos that I need to watch. I need to do that this weekend as well. Might try to sneak in a graphic novel here in there. Which graphic novel are you thinking about? So we read Dinosaur Sanctuary for the podcast for August, so that's coming out. But I also have, what is it called? Night of the Living Cat. And Sora and the Monster House, I think is what it's called. They're in the other room, or I would hold them up. Yes, Sora and the House of Monsters is another one that I have. I need to schedule in time to read. I guess those are manga, but graphic novels, manga, same vein, a little bit different. I need to schedule in time to do that because I tend to focus on, like, novels and novellas. Um, and I have enjoyed a lot of the manga that I picked up and a lot of the graphic novels that I picked up, so I should make more time for them. My reads have been middle of the road lately, no book I'm obsessing over at the moment. I understand. I kind of feel that way about this year. I was looking at my stats because I'm gonna do a quarter 2 check-in, and I think I only have, like, if I don't count rereads, I think I only have, like, 6 5 stars this year out of 100 or out of 78 books, something like that. So it's, like, less than 10% of my reads are 5 stars, which is, I mean, I understand. They shouldn't be, like, the biggest percentage of my reads, but it is a little disappointing when you don't get, like, books that you just really, really wanna obsess about. This was recommended by a few friends. They're so bingeable, usually 3-star range for me. I'm not a fan of the werewolf thing. I've been told they get better as they go. Book 1 from 2006. Oh, I didn't see that. It is from 2006. Yeah, and I will say, like, in my reading in recent past, I think that my reading taste for books that were published in that era, like 2000 to 2010, I tend to avoid because it's usually a 3-star read. I don't hate them, don't love them, but if they get better as they go. And, if it's an easy read. That's what I thought about, um, Clean Sweep by Alona Andrews, which is an urban fantasy as well. And it was just a really, really quick read, and it was fun. I ended up rating that one a 4, I think it was a 4.25, or maybe it was just a flat 4-star, but those would be, like, bingeable books for me, something that doesn't take itself too seriously. The whole dominant alpha thing gets on my nerves, but the books are so action-packed and such an easy listen. Yeah, I don't know that I'm a fan of the whole alpha thing either. I think Twilight has Twilight has ruined that for me. Have you settled into your new job? Yes and no. Uh, I have I've gotten used to certain things. Um, so certain things definitely come easier. I think I'm a little bit more comfortable with being more vocal about the stuff that I don't know. Um, but their training processes aren't their training processes are essentially just train as you go. So, like, when you run into an issue, you train then, and I don't like that. I am such a planner that I would like to know, like, the skills that I need prior to hitting a roadblock. So that's still an adjustment. But yeah, I'm getting there. I've been told by people who are in the industry that it takes, like, a year to at least do everything once, and then a couple years before you really understand what you're doing, which is a long time to wait, but I do feel more comfortable than I did in the beginning for sure. Love the Tea Dragon Society last month, and I wanna keep going with the series. I thought the first one was very, very cute, and the artwork in that is just gorgeous. I saw a book set at one of the places I was at. I don't remember where it was though, if it was at Barnes& and Noble. But yeah, I don't know how many, volumes are out now, but such a cute series. I've only read the first one, but I hope that you can get back into it. So far I'm enjoying the book. It's fun, but I'm not able to provide much, not obsessed as I was thinking I would be. Yeah. Well, and that kinda sucks, like, whenever you're anticipating a book and then you pick it up and you're like, "Meh, it's okay." That's kinda what I feel about this read. So, Aftertaste was touted as, like, a ghost whisperer. He can, instead of, like, being able to talk to ghosts and see ghosts, he can taste what their favorite meals are when they're around, and if he cooks them or, like, makes a drink that's their favorite drink, they can potentially come back into the world and talk to their loved ones. But it's taken a turn to where that's not really the main focus. and I'm a little sad about it. Like, the first 10% of this book was absolutely phenomenal, and I thought it was gonna be a new favorite, and then it's focused on other things, which is just kind of a bummer. So, I get not being as obsessed. And it's kind of like you feel disappointed because it's not a favorite. Uh, it is, and I think it's just because 'cause I'm not used to the hours, and I'm not used to the commute. So, which is just something I have to, get over as far as, um, it's the means of having the job that I do and, like, where it's located. So, my commute to work is at best 30 minutes a day, like 30 minutes to, I guess it's an hour a day because it's 30 minutes to and then 30 minutes back on a good traffic day. On a bad traffic day, it could be up to an hour to work, if not more than that, if like really crazy things happen. And so that is a little interesting. I used to get off work around 3, and I lived like a mile away from my house. And so I could be home by like 3:05. And now I'm not getting home until like 5 PM. Like 4:30 at the latest or at the earliest. And so that's been an adjustment for me. The work itself though is so much less stress than I used to have, and so that is good. There's, give and takes with everything, but because of the fact that I don't have as many hours in the evening, that's where like the schedule has messed with my like reading time, and I've had to adjust in that sense. So, but yeah, it's just me getting acclimated of when I need to fit reading in, and audiobooks I've been leaning on quite heavily because I when I get home at 5 and then you want to cook dinner, like if I didn't read an audiobook, I probably wouldn't be able to actually get into a physical read until like around 8 PM. So, yeah. It's been an interesting adjustment. Thanks for asking, guys. Oh, I already read that one. Bad at picking up manga too. I tend to wait until the whole thing is translated because sometimes it takes years and then I still don't read them. Yeah, I find myself waiting as well. Um, and I really just should I probably should just find series that are already completed and then binge them, because when I do wait, I forget things. And then they just don't it doesn't mean as much to me. It's not as impactful because I'm reading them, in really long strides. Jess from the Hex Library has been reading the series, and I saw her post last night that prompted me to pick up book 5. Oh, wonderful. Did not read Twilight and have no intention to. Yeah, you shouldn't. I read them when I was in high school, and I have no intention of reading them ever again. Um, and I will say, like, from high school me's brain, the books were better than the movies, which, is typically the case. But then I feel like when I went back, I did try, like, when I first got on BookTube, I tried to pick up the first book again, and I was like, "This is not good." Like, how did I read this? Which I know some people love it, and I want them to keep loving it, but yeah, it was definitely it had its moment, and now, I'm ready for bigger and better things. I don't need to revisit that time in my life. Sounds stressful. At least you should finish with all the training at some point, but a couple of years to do it all sounds like a lot. Yeah, it's it's interesting for sure. The things that I have learned though, and like that I'm comfortable with, I mean, it's like it didn't take me long to pick it up. It's just and it's uncomfortable, right? Like learning anything new is always uncomfortable, especially because in my office, there's only 2 people in my office. And so when people come in with questions, 50% of the questions come my way. And there's so many of them that I have to be like, I'm going to write that down and I will get back with you when I have an answer because currently I don't know what I'm doing. And that part is just uncomfortable because in my past job, I did my past job for 14 years. And so I was an expert at that point. Like I was very, very comfortable in my shoes and very confident in the fact that I knew what I was doing. And so going from that to like having no experience and just feeling like I'm a little bit of a bumbling person at work is definitely challenging mentally. Have the same issue, except when I wait to binge it, I still forget. I don't get around to them. Yep. I understand this. So relatable. Never knew the books. I went in to see the movie because I thought it was going to be a traditional vampire movie. Oh, no. Oh, that's hilarious. In the movies, I also tried to go back because I was like, "Okay, I don't wanna read the books again," but, like, maybe I could watch the movies again just to kind of, like, get that nostalgic feel, and I watched, I think, half of the first movie, and I was like, "Nope, don't need to do this either. I think this is just done with my life. It's okay. I can move on." I had a friend, um, back in high school. She was in college, but she was a family friend, and she would do, like, the twilight parties. I don't know if any of you guys ever went to the twilight parties, and she literally would have these huge cutouts of Edward and Jacob, and you'd have to stand on, like, whatever side of the room, that you wanted, and you take a picture with the person that you were choosing, like, what team you were on, and then we would sit on different sides of, like, the, it wasn't a movie theater, it was her living room, but, like, she had, like, seats set up, and you would sit on whatever team you were on, and it was very fun at the time, but now that I think about it, I'm like, "Hmm, it was interesting." It's an interesting culture surrounding those movies. I with my work, there's always new stuff coming up that I have to help people with, so, we have to look things up last minute. Yeah, it's very, that's very much not what I'm used to, and so I need to get over the, and I have. I've adjusted to being able to say, like, "I'm not sure, but I'll get back with you," and still have confidence in the fact that I'll figure it out. It just might take me a little bit longer, but, next time you ask me, I'll know. "Oh, looks like that's explosive. Let's be extra careful and learn the precautions before going in the room." Um, oh. Oh, no, for your work? Oh, no. That would freak me out. I don't have anything like that in my work. The worst thing I've dealt with so far is, like, human excrement, like, someone will come in and, like, poop on the floor, and then we have to figure out how to deal with that. That's, like, the worst thing I've dealt with, but I haven't dealt with anything explosive. I hope I don't have to. I think the movies are worse somehow. I agree. I was super into books when they were coming out and then never watched the last 2 movies because I was like, "Nope, no thanks." I can't remember, I think it's the 3rd book, Breaking Dawn, that they split into 2 movies, and that book is definitely way better than the movies. So if those are the movies you missed, you didn't miss much, in my opinion. Well, friends, we are in time for a sprint. So I am gonna do hour-long sprints today as normal, and I think for this first one, I'm just gonna be reading Aftertaste. I think that's what my plan will be because I wanna finish that. While I do that, I might make a grocery list, so you might see me writing, but yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do on the first sprint. Good. You don't need to see those movies. Take it from me. You didn't miss anything. Well, friends, I will see you guys in an hour. Go be productive, take care of yourselves, and I'll see you soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Let me know what you guys got up to in that sprint. I ended up finishing Aftertaste, um, and I didn't like the ending. I just didn't like where the book went. I'm disappointed for sure. I haven't decided what I want to rate it yet. My guess is will be in the 3-star range. I even at the end kind of contemplated moving it to a 2, but I don't know that that's fair. So I think it'll probably be like maybe a flat 3-star. But um, I did start reading Ninth Rain. This is for my buddy read with Kirsten. We read about 40 pages a day. So, and since it's physical, it does take me a little bit longer than like my typical audiobook reads. So I do want to get a chunk of this read during sprints today. And if you guys haven't heard of Ninth Rain, but you like fantasy, you should definitely read this book because I've forgotten. This is a reread for me and for Kirsten. Um, I'd forgotten how much I enjoy the series. I enjoy the characters in it, the world that's created, the complexity of what's happening in the world because you have a whole bunch of different cultures and peoples. Like you have like an elven like people that are like the Aborans, and they have very, very long lives. But their entire civilization has kind of been decimated by some choices that they made. And then you have humans, like just regular run of the mill humans. You also have fell witches who can take life from things and create fire, but they have been held captive in like a prison because people are terrified of them. And 3 people, you have a human scientist, one of the fell witches, and one of the Aborans end up getting together in this to try and understand what's happening with these old artifacts of these ancient wars that have happened that have kind of passed out of human history because of how long ago it has been. And it's just fascinating. And I really love the character development. I love our 3 characters in particular. They each are very unique, and seeing them kind of come back together again has been very fun. So would recommend if you guys haven't read the Ninth Ring, I would recommend it. I think we ended that sprint. Ashley came in. Hello, Ashley, reading Dungeon Crawler Carl and Just for the Summer. Speaking of a buddy read, yes, I am still reading Dungeon Crawler Carl. I'm just reading at night, so I have it on my Kindle, and so it's just become a nighttime read for me. And I've gotten a little bit further, but not far enough to really message you about it. So I'll keep you updated. There was a couple of things that happened last night, or maybe just one, that I was like, really, that need to be in the book, but we'll see. I hope that, I can get over this little hiccup that I've had with Dungeon Crawler Carl, and start to enjoy it again because it was looking like a DNF for a little bit. We'll see if I can get out of that. Michelle is here. Hello, good morning. Reading Crying in H Mart and planning some content. Wonderful. Trying to get organized enough to make my Sunday as my filming day. I love that. I I need to do this as well, like to be organized enough to figure out when I'm going to record because I definitely just fly by the seat of my pants. Oh, and I missed Ashley's also reading Just for the Summer, which is an Abby Jimenez, I believe. Nice little summer read. Jen is here. Good morning, Jen. Hope you are well. Hope you all are well. Just sitting down with tea and an impatient cat who doesn't understand why breakfast isn't now. I love that. I need to get back on. I want to go in and try some of the Birds and Blends summer teas because they have like a strawberry lemonade tea that I would like to try because some of my autumn teas that I bought they're running low, and so I need to restock. I went back to the start to see what happened this morning. Wow, Daniil, Tri-Cities is a deep cut location. I'm guessing the author's local. Maybe. I didn't know that. With you all and Vampire Werewolf thing, not for me. Buffy and Angel were all the vampire I needed. And then it was just repetitive, no Twilight. I understand. Good to hear an update on your work situation. Yeah, there's always trade-offs, whatever you choose. Glad you're settling in, giving yourself some grace on learning. Yeah, it's been hard, but I think it's good. I think change is good. It keeps us young. if I can use, like, an older phrase, but yeah, it's 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 good. It's just new. Still love vampire stories, at least the darker ones. I do like darker vampire stories. I think what I am done with is, like, romance, and I'm not even done with it, I just never started. I don't know, and I don't mind a vampire being in a romance, but I the typical, like, the vibe of Twilight with the romance, I'm not I can't do it. I'm very particular about romance in my books anyway, so I think that that's probably one of the reasons that it just doesn't work for me, but I do like a darker vampire story, though. Ooh, my comments jumped. Where am I? Hello? There we go. Experience takes time, and some things can only be taught in the moment. My job has a lot of this periodic tasks that you have to go through the task to learn them. Yeah, and I agree with that with certain things. I also think though that some of the things that I've been told that I can't be trained until something happens, I think that it's something they could create like fake scenarios for it to at least train you in certain things, like especially like the computer softwares and stuff that we use. Because I don't know. I feel like they could be a little bit more prepared. But I do understand. Like I understand that there are going to be certain things that, yeah, you have to just you're not going to know it until it becomes an issue, and then you have to work your way through it. I feel like they use that on a lot of things. There's not a lot of preemptive action. I actually hadn't thought about that, Jen. According to Wikipedia, the author was born in Montana and lives in Washington. Her biography says Patty and her family reside in eastern Washington near Tri Cities. Interesting. Got some steps in, made it to 70% of Silverborn. Yeah, I know. I just, uh, I can't. It's been interesting, and, like, my DNFs recently have just been stacking up because I have just gotten tired of it. So most the aftertaste had a wonderful beginning, which is why I stuck it through to the end because I thought, like, maybe it'll get back to what I was loving, but it just never did. Some of the other books that I've picked up recently, I'm like, "Nope, nope, nope." So, yeah, I'm happy to be doing a reread because this I absolutely love. But yeah, I certainly need to find a book that I can absolutely fall into because it's been a minute. So the book left a bad aftertaste? It did. Exactly. 7% into Just for Summer. I hope you're enjoying it. Just not one of those regular book locations. The Tri Cities is not an identifier that's meaningful outside of the region, although Kenwick, Pasco, and Richland aren't well known either. I love it though when authors do that because it's almost an Easter egg for the people who are around those areas. Because anyone else, it's just like, well, it's just a name of a city, move on type of a thing. But if you're from there, it's very fun. Where did the sprint go? I did nothing. This is a vibe. I understand this. Hello, Hillary. Just woke up, made breakfast, and I'm reading I Who Never Known Men. I want to read this, but I don't know if it's a me book. But I hope you love it. I've heard amazing things about it. Jen Williams is on my someday list, but I'm tempted to start off with Talon Sister when I get to it. I want to read that. I haven't yet. The only other Jen Williams I read um, was a Battle of the Booktubers book that I can't talk to you about yet. So to be cut or to come. I have read Ninth Rain and I read the second book in the series, The Bitter Twins. I haven't read The Poison Song, which is the third book yet. So Kirsten and I are going to read the whole series together, which I think is going to be really fun. I'm super excited about getting to Ninth Rain in the next few months. I'm excited for you. I hope you love it. Hello, Julia. Just finished playing some video games with my partner and getting laundry going, trying to make more progress on Delegate before my library loan ends. I hope you love it. I got the second one. I don't know if you will be able to see it. It's over here. Ooh, right there. I got the second one in the mail. and I'm very excited to start it. I feel like that constantly with Dungeon Crawler Carl. Uh, did that need to be in the book? Yep. That's kind of where I'm at. And every time I hit one of those, it like I'll be bebopping along and kind of enjoying it, and then something like that'll hit, and then my enjoyment plummets. And I'm like, okay, back at this again. It like puts my guard up with the book. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's something I'll be able to finish, but I'm gonna keep trying. Hopefully, maybe when they reach level 2, things will kind of even out. There was something with the goblins that they ran into, um, last night. They ran into some goblins, and then there was, like, some description of what a goblin has to do in order to become a shaman, and I was like, "Didn't need that. Mm-mm." So, yeah, I think it might not be a book for me. But I'm still trying. I want it to be so bad. You're clearly not the only one who enjoys vampires. Clearly, it is a very popular character type for sure. And I think there are a lot of really interesting things that we can do with vampires. I really liked the way it was handled in what is that book? The mystery book that I read recently. I'm not going to be able to remember the title of it. It's like a vampire. Oh, it's a Vampire of King Street, I think. And it was when the vampire is on trial for murder, and the lawyers like having to defend him. I liked the way that society was set up. It wasn't like the most amazing mystery book by any means, but I did like the way that the vampires were handled in that society. And I really enjoyed like Soulless from Gail Carriger. That series got several 5 stars out of me. So I think it just depends. And that was a romance. That was an urban fantasy romance, but it just depends. It depends on how it's handled. This is why I got an automatic feeder. Yes, preach. One of the 2 cats would wake us up, so at least that's helped. So we have an electric feeder for Andy, but he still wakes us up. And, like, without a doubt, it's always about 20 minutes prior to his feeder going off, and he'll sit there and he's not a loud meower typically, like, when he's just hanging around the house. He is usually pretty quiet, but in the morning, he knows how to use his vocal cords, the little turd. But it has helped with certain things. What's the new job? I missed it. Yeah, I started a new job back in January. And I don't want to give too many details, but I can tell you that I'm in property management. So I manage some bigger properties and have to deal with things regarding like leases and things like that. But so that's in general what I do. And it's been an interesting transition. But I'm getting into it. It's just taken me a little bit longer. Summer teas are really good. Strawberry lemonade, pomegranate strawberry, and blueberry peach. I didn't know about that one. The strawberry lemonade one I saw in the fall because I think they might sell that year round because I think it's one of their more popular ones. But blueberry peach, I might have to look into that. Not read in that sprint, but I have finished watching one video. Did a little research for changing my vlog style. Ooh, do tell. And I'm now watching a few D&D related things. I watched your video, Beatrice, on your mid-year check-in, which was lovely to see kind of how you've been doing, the books that you're excited about. I saw the Everflame, the Spark of the Everflame was on there, so very fun. I also saw that you'll be reading the Games Gods Play. I'll be interested in hearing your thoughts on that whenever you get to it. Only vampire romance story I've seen and loved is Only Lovers Left Alive, which is my favorite vampire movie, along with Let the Right One In. Interesting. So you're more picky with your vampire romances as well then. DNF Dungeon Crawler Carl, not sure what my last DNF was before that. Yeah, I'm thinking that's probably where I'm headed. I'm just trying to give it a good go, but yeah, there have been some things with it that I'm like, I don't really love this. So, miss some of the work discussion. Something I struggle with at work is that I'm proactive and my boss is reactive. I even pointed out to him, but he hardly ever listens to me about it. Oh, that's Ooh, my cat scared me. Yeah. Um, I am very much a planner, and I find that there's not a lot I shouldn't say there's not a lot of those in the world, but I do think that I'm a little bit and I try and hold myself back a little bit because I know I'm probably overdoing what I need to do, but it's a struggle, for sure, not having like, not being able to do that, and especially, like, if you voiced it and your boss isn't listening to you, that's very sad. I'm sorry. Maybe that's what you should do, pick up the second delegate book. It's gonna be short and change of pace. I have so many books right now I need to be reading, though. That's the bad thing, because I do wanna read it, and I think I'll read it soon, but I have a couple other buddy reads that I'm doing, and then we have our buddy read of Cinder and Sparrows, which I think is gonna be really cute. So, I have some books that I'm looking forward to this month. But yeah, Delegate's definitely on the docket for, probably August is what I'm gonna pick it up because I don't wanna rush it either. I want to be able because it's a physical read, and I have a couple of physical reads going right now because I have Dungeon Crawler Carl and then The Ninth Reign, and so I wanna be able to, like, kinda clear off the shelves and, like, just be able to cuddle up with my book and enjoy it. But yes, I do. I already love the world. I'm very excited to see where the second book goes. Love the new book arrangement, so fun to look over everything has laid on your videos. Yeah, it's been fun. The only book or the only shelf that hasn't changed is my Sanderson shelf in my that's Michael J. Sullivan, but, like, all of these are Sanderson books. That's the only shelf I didn't change, and it's not in any of my videos, but yeah, it's been kinda fun, and I don't know, they you can't really see them, but, like, my little bookends are cats. It's the one on this end. You might be able to see a little bit better. It's a little cat laying up against my books. I've enjoyed I've enjoyed rearranging. I would like to get a smaller shelf that I can put on this wall to start adding more to my collection, be able to spread them out a little bit because I can't actually display the only book right now that's like really displayed is my Emily Wilds book. And I would like to be able to show a couple of the covers of books that I've loved, but I just don't have the room currently. But thanks. I'm glad you've noticed. Want to start Delegate, but I still don't have it from my library. I own it, but it's the UK cover. I'll cry if I oh, minutely correct, that's fine. I understand. Wait until your library gives it to you. Then you can read it, and then you can still have, like, your my husband calls them shelf trophies that will sit on your shelf and look beautiful. Totally a background shelf creeper trying to read all the titles during videos. I do that too. There's also the fact that Twilight is YA. Yes, this is true, for sure. Definitely depends on how it's handled for me. Yeah. It takes itself too seriously. I 100% agree with that. My cat has figured out that if he wakes me up, the dog, that I'll get up faster. If he wakes up the dog, they're working in conjunction with one another. I love that. Somehow both those actors have a long and vibrant careers. Yes, they have. It is good for them. Just got it in Portuguese. I'm so excited. I'm excited for you. I hope you love it. More picky with gothic horror in the horror genre. Yeah, I definitely, especially with gothics, I'm a little bit more picky because sometimes they don't work for me. And I would say that I'm picky with the type of horror that I pick up for sure. A lot of mainstream horror is not for me, especially ghost stories. Interesting. It's good that you know that though, so you know which books to avoid. Hello, Jen. Listening to Family by Lori Rankle, and doing a bookish puzzle. Very fun. Shelf trophies is my new favorite term. That's I mean, it's very funny. He's made fun of me because I'll read a book, love it, and then I buy it. And he's like, "But you already read it." I'm like, "Yeah, but I might read it again." And he's like, "So it's really just like you displaying a shelf trophy saying like this is a book I've read." And I'm like, "Exactly." Cat is now fed. He's momentarily content. As with all the cats, he can't get out of his own way, so I can walk across the room and put it down. Yep. I understand this. I've been there before. I'm excited for our buddy read. I'll either pick it up tonight or tomorrow. I'll message you. Yes, please do. Let me know. Because I still have it on Libby. Actually, I need to go in and like renew it, even though I don't need to renew it at this point in time. But there's no one on wait for it. So yeah, let me know when you want to pick it up. Well, friends, it is time for another sprint. So we're gonna go into another hour sprint. I think I might try and run to the grocery store on this sprint and maybe try and beat the rush. I don't know if I'll succeed, but I think that's my plan. So I'm not going to be on screen during the sprint, but I shall return as soon as I get back. I'll be back on screen, but I might be gone for a bit. So go and do productive things. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, friends. Welcome back from the second sprint. Let me know what you guys got up to, what you got done. I went to the grocery store and that essentially filled the entire time. I got back with about 10 minutes left. So I played a game of solitaire and then started another audiobook because I don't have this on audio. I'm reading this physically. Um, but I started an audiobook on the way to the store and I'm reading Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil by V. Schwab. And I'm excited. I hope I love it. I really enjoyed Addie LaRue, and I know that this is, like, completely different vibes than Addie LaRue, but I I V. Schwab is not, like, an author who always has, like, favorites for me, but I always typically have a good time. So, even if it's not, a new favorite, I think that it'll be a book that I enjoy, and I really love the writing so far, so I'm excited. But yeah, I won't continue that in the sprints today. I since I was gonna go to the store, I went ahead and put on an audiobook while I was there. I also planned out because I went to the store, I planned out some, different meals that I'm gonna be doing this week, which I'm excited about, and I hope that I actually do it. Because I don't know if you guys do this, but, I will buy stuff for a meal and then not cook the meal, and then I usually will use the groceries for, like, something else, but I plan a whole bunch of, like, new meals. Like, one of the things I'm gonna make is, like, a cashew chicken, which is something I've done, before. But I'm gonna do like a chickpea kind of summer salad, like a cucumber salad with chickpeas in it for meal prep for my lunches this week, and I'm really excited about that. It's got like cherry tomatoes and chickpeas, cucumber with red bell pepper. Or is it red bell pepper? It's got some other type of veggie in it, and then red onions with like uh, an olive oil drizzle. Oh, and it has like little mozzarella pearls in it. So I'm gonna do that, and then I also planned out what was it? There was another meal that I was gonna do. Oh, it's like an orange chicken recipe. I'm into, like, I guess, Asian cuisine because I'm doing cashew chicken as well, but, I found an orange chicken recipe that I wanted to try that's, like, baked orange chicken. So, I'm gonna try that and see if I like it, but fingers crossed that I actually do this because I would like to. I'm not gonna prep everything, but I wanna do the today I wanna create the meal prep for my lunches, so the little chickpea salad, and then I wanna do an egg casserole thing that I'm gonna have for my breakfasts. So I'd like to get at least those 2 things done and then cook one of the meals for dinner. It's my goal. Wish me luck. We had Camilla join us. Hello, Camilla. Long time no see. It's good to see you. And Anne also joined us. Hello, Anne. Shopping list is ready. Feels like a major accomplishment as yesterday was a major down day. Nothing but reading TV and a lot of snuggling with the cat. I think that that sounds like a glorious day. But I'm glad that you're being productive today and getting your shopping list done. It is absolutely a task. I don't think a lot of people think about that, especially if they're not like the grocery shoppers for their family, that it's a lot. It's a lot of mental thinking because especially if you're feeding like a lot of different people. I'm just feeding Brian and I, and honestly, I just base it on what I want to eat. There are some meals that he won't eat, but for the most part, we don't have allergies or anything that we have to worry about. But I know that it's a task. It's definitely a task. So I'm glad that you got it done. And yes, the ninth reading is amazing. I'm really enjoying my reread of it. I'm currently on page 306. And I think it's like 530 pages. Yeah, 534 pages. So I've got about 200 pages left. And yeah, I'm really enjoying my reread. I think that it's reminding me how much I love the first book. The second book, because I did read it, is I'm going to say my least favorite in the series, even though I've only read 2 books in the series. But I'm guessing that the middle book is going to be my least favorite, and then I'm going to enjoy the third one. I haven't read the third one yet, but wanted to do my reread first, so I'm excited about it. Chopped some vegetables to start in on meal prep and finished Silverborn. Oh, you finished it. Yay. I think it was better. It was the best one so far. Maybe they do get better as they go on. Oh, fingers crossed. I love that. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Maybe I liked that there weren't vampires this time, werewolves and fae instead. Could be like a little bit of a shift. Managed to read 2 to 3 2 to 3 more pages, a much more productive sprint than I've usually had. Hey, like, we all need some time to just, like, give yourself a little grace. Sometimes your brain just needs a little bit of a rest. Sorry if you guys can hear, my husband is mowing our yard, so, um, I apologize for the additional yard noises. But yeah, give yourself a little bit of grace. You're only gonna get as much done as your brain is gonna allow you to. So, if you're enjoying yourself, that's all that matters. And if you're not, then try and do something that you enjoy. Sometimes reading just doesn't work. I know that sometimes my brain it won't focus, and so then I go and do like I'll play a video game or I watch YouTube or sometimes you have to give your brain a break. How can you do your grocery shopping, get there and back within an hour? My closest stores aren't great, so I have to drive. Yeah, I'm very lucky, and this is one of the reasons I do not wanna move, closer to, like, my new job. I currently live, like, 5 minutes from my grocery store. Actually, we've been very strategic in, like, our when we, lived in apartments when we first got married, we had always placed our apartments within 5 minutes of a grocery store, like the grocery store that we wanted to go to, and we've continued that, so it's within 5 minutes of a grocery store and within 5 minutes of, like, a gas station that we like going to, and so the only bad thing about it is that means that we're kind of smack dab in the middle of everything, so there is noise, like yard noise and there's lots of people about, but it is nice for getting chores done. Bury Your Bones in Midnight Soil, a vampire book. It is. I was thinking about this when I started this in the car, Tennille. I was like, we were talking about vampire books, not enjoying vampire books, and here I am reading a vampire book. But I've heard great things, and I I don't know. I'm assuming it's not because it's not romantasy. It's like fantasy horror. I do think that there's, like, a love story in it, but I think it's toxic, so I'm hoping it will be different. I'm hoping it won't be a vampire book I don't enjoy. But yes, I am reading a vampire book. I did find that very amusing. I chuckled to myself on the way to the store as I was listening. 9% in to Just for the Summer and made it to chapter 21 of Dungeon Crawler Carl. I'm really not sure if I can keep reading. This chapter made me so mad. Oh no, Ashley. Stop reading it. If you're not enjoying it, stop reading it because I'm pretty much at that point. I don't remember what chapter I'm on. I think I'm behind you because I've just been reading it in the evening, so I only read for about 5 to 10 minutes before my body takes over and I go to sleep. But I'll try and catch up and I'll let you know my thoughts because I'm sure that they're similar. Yeah, something happened last night that I just really wasn't stoked with, and if it keeps happening, then I'm not gonna push through to the end. So, like, DNF it, my friend. I want you to enjoy your reads. I don't want something that pisses you off because I know that book has done that to me so far. Just watch Sam's Battle of the BookTube video. Love this project. You never know what you're gonna get. I love it. Love to see Battle of the BookTuber. Yeah, it's been really fun. I just gave the champions some secret information in the Discord last night because some of them are trying to figure out who won because they don't know. They don't know who gave each other's books. They're not allowed to reveal anything until the live show. And so there's some of them who have like charts and things that they're trying to calculate who got what points. It's very fun. So I dropped a little bit of something for them last night so they could add to their charts to figure out who won. I do that more than I would like. Plan and shop for a meal and then don't actually make it. Yep. It's very frustrating because, like, I have good intentions and I'm like, "Oh, this sounds really good and I wanna try this." And I like cooking, but, sometimes life gets in the way or, like, I'm in a different mindset when I'm shopping than when I'm, at home in the middle of the week with all the chaos of a weekday. And so, sometimes it just doesn't happen, but happy to hear Bury Our Bones is going good so far. Really excited to read it. I love her villain series. I know. I love. Is it Vicious and Vengeful? I've enjoyed that. And isn't there a third book in that series now? Did I hear that a third one got published? I haven't looked in a minute, but I have really enjoyed a lot of V.E. Schwab's works, and so I was excited about this one for sure. So much so that I purchased it without reading it, so I hope I love it. I do that too. I end up using perishables anyway, but planning me sometimes has more ambitious, yep, than current me has the energy to cook, for sure. This is exactly my sentiments. Yeah, I'll use because I usually purchase like with the meals I'm planning to cook this week, there's a lot of veggies involved. And so if I know that they're going to go bad, like I'll use them in other meals, but I don't try and do like the big meal that I had planned. I should say on a positive note, just for the summer is really cute and even funny so far. Oh, I love that. I need to give Abby Jimenez a try. Even though I know that she does write a lot of like romances, I've heard really good things. I know that Nell really likes her, and so I would like to give a book of hers a try. I'm not sure where exactly I would start. I wanted to look at. There's a book that I'm pretty sure she wrote. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else. I thought there was a book that she wrote that was similar in theme to Schitt's Creek, but now I'm thinking maybe it was someone else. But anyway, she is an author I want to try. Been reading Empire of Silence, getting on the Sun Eater hype train in prep for the release of the seventh book. And oh, it's the final book. I did not realize this, Anne. This is exciting because I'm actually doing a reread of the series because I started book 3 and I just had forgotten a whole bunch of stuff from book 1 and book 2, and I decided to restart over at Empire of Silence. I haven't started my reread yet, but I have plans to. So it's very exciting that the final book is coming out. Having breakfast now, and we'll hit the shower so I can go out and shopping and errands. Lovely. I'm really enjoying the book, so savoring discovering the world and learning the characters. I love that. I love that part of the book too, where you feel like you're learning so much and you're getting kind of immersed in the world. Nothing better in the world. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Currently reading The Liar's Knot. I'm in part 2, and some clues have been revealed about what's happening in the book. Victoria Masters is reading the third book now. She's gotten through the second book and is reading the third book, and I just absolutely love it. I love the series. I need to get to The Liar's Knot and then do another one of my series recaps. I'm excited. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Hoping life will be simpler next month so I can get to The Liar's Knot. I need to not be stressed so I can focus on a more complex fantasy, which is my preferred genre. I agree. Because that's one of the reasons I gave myself some time between the Mask of Mirrors and the Liar's Knot, because, well, with Battle of the Booktubers and everything happening too, I was a little stressed about getting stuff done. So I didn't want to pick up another book that I didn't want to get frustrated at the book because of life circumstances. So I totally understand this, but I do love a complex fantasy. It's amazing. I may have to DNF. Thanks for understanding. Hope we can find another book to buddy read. Yeah, absolutely. Like I want people to enjoy their books. And particularly this book, I don't feel like is worth finishing. That's where my brain is at. So there's no way I'm going to push you to read it, but I wouldn't do that anyway. If you're not enjoying a book, DNF it, move on to something else. It's not worth it. But yeah, we'll absolutely find something else we can read together. I had to leave for a bit to make lunch timely, so I'm behind, but I agree, meal prep is the way to go. Yeah, I need to get better about doing it, because really, like, in on weeknights when I get home and I'm in the one of those moods where I just don't wanna do anything, it's really hard to get cooking done. So if I had meal prep, it would be better for me, and it would be better it would be better in all rounds. Like, it's healthier because I'm eating at home, it's not as expensive because I'm not eating out, and it's less stressful because everything's already done. So I really need to do better about meal prepping. Victorious is the 3rd book. It's not out yet. I'm very anxiously waiting for it. Ah, that's so exciting. I haven't okay, so I'm gonna have to go into Goodreads and mark it as want to read. Do you know when it comes out? Because I definitely I should probably reread, Vengeful and, Vicious beforehand. I really like that series, I think it's good. Victorious, interesting, an interesting title for the maybe I don't know, I was gonna say the conclusion of that trilogy, but maybe it's not the conclusion. Still not read. I finished the videos I wanted to watch for today. It did procrastinate a bit. And I'm currently setting up for journaling sprints in just a little bit. I love that. It sounds very relaxing, Beatrice. And it's okay. Like sometimes we just don't have reading days. Like sometimes you got to get other things done. And it sounds like you've been productive, even, procrastinating, whatever. Our brains need that sometimes. But yeah, sounds like you had a relaxing day. I think that was Tessa Bailey, okay, that did the Schitt's Creek one. Would love to see Abby Jimenez do one. Yes, I agree. I was gonna do that one, but I heard so many people come back and say that it wasn't great, and so then I was like, "Well, okay." I was interested because I really like Schitt's Creek, and so if someone could do that in book form, I would be all about it, but I don't know that it turned out well. I was just about to ask if you were going to do deep dives for the whole trilogy. I need time to get Mask of Mirrors, but time. Yes, I am planning on, I'm hoping to do a series recap for all 3 books, and I'm hoping to have them done by December of next year. So I'm giving myself like a year and a half for the project, just because I don't know how long each book's going to take me. I know Mask of Mirrors took me 2 months, and I'm giving myself a little bit of time between reading the books too. But I do plan on doing deep dives on all of them. I'm excited about it because Liar's Knot is my favorite of the series, so I'm looking forward to rereading it. Costco is my meal prep friend. I haven't been to Costco in forever, and I need to go because they have a couple of things that I really like to snack on. They have these coconut crisp wraps that are very good, and I'm out of them. I need to go back because they have that. They have chocolate and coconut covered almonds, which are also very tasty. And then I really honestly like they have like bags of chicken nuggets that we put in the air fryer every once in a while, which I mean they're very good. Sometimes, when the frozen like prepared things don't turn out well, but whatever their Kirkland's brand is, I've had good luck with. It says it's coming out this year, but I've been fooled before, yes. And it is the final book. Yay! We could buddy read them. Yeah, we could buddy reread them. I love that. Absolutely. I ended up DNFing the Tessa Bailey one. Well, that's good to know. Yeah, I didn't end up reading that one because of how much I'd heard that it wasn't great. I have plenty of time to catch up then. You do. You've got lots of time. And, those videos are always going to be there. So you can take your time and come back to them whenever you get to it. Super excited to see your Rick and Rose series as it rolls out. I'm glad you're taking the time with it so you can enjoy the process. Yeah, I didn't want to because I really love that series and I I didn't want it to feel like work. Like I wanted it to be something that I can sit down and study with enjoyment. I didn't want it to feel like I was like in a class either. And I liked the way I did the first one where I took notes on each chapter and just kind of was able to sit with it for a little bit. And I did put a little bit of pressure on myself as far as a timeline on that one, but I think the next one, I might not do that. I might just read it in the background with all of my other reads. And then, when the video comes out, the video comes out. But I'm excited about it. I think it's going to be good. Do you think you'll do other books in the middle or focus on these? I think I'm going to do other books in the middle, but they won't be series recaps. So I really want to read Cage of Souls by Adrian Tchaikovsky. And I think I might do a deep dive of that because it's a chunky read. And I think that those are fun to do the deep dives with. 2, because it's an Adrian Tchaikovsky and I would like to get into more of his work. And so, yeah, I think that will maybe be my next one. I also though really like to do the little tiny books because they're kind of fun to be able to tear apart. There was one that I wanted to do that involved H.P. Lovecraft. I've talked to you guys about this before, but like the Dream Quest of Villette Bow is a book that was written in response to one of H.P. Lovecraft's short stories. And that's another one I would like to do is read H.P. Lovecraft's short story and then read the little novella that was in response to it and just see what my thoughts are. So those are the 2 that I have on my mind currently that I might do a deep dive for prior to getting to The Liar's Knot. Haven't trusted Schwab's release dates since we got fooled by the third archived book never coming out, and I know it wasn't their fault. It had to do the publisher, but still, yeah, it's rough, especially with an author that's so big, because so many people then have that like on their calendars or whatever to look forward to, and then whenever things fall through, it sucks. I felt that way about the new, I'm not going to remember the author's name, but she wrote the Irregular Society of Witches. It's not what it was. It's the something Society of Irregular Witches. I'm sure that somebody's going to remember the title that I'm talking about. But there's another book coming out that's like the a witch's guide to magical innkeeping, I think is what it's called. And it was supposed to come out last year. I've had it on like 3 anticipated releases videos, and it just keeps getting pushed back. And I'm not sure the reason. But yeah, it's hard to like trust release dates whenever you've had that happen with an author. Ah, thank you to Neil. The very secret society of irregular witches. Yeah. No secret society of irregular witches or something. Yes, this book. I love this book. I think it's fantastic. And there's a second book in the series. It's not in the series, but like it's the second book by the author that's coming out. And I've been disappointed by the release date on that. Yes. I love that you guys knew what I was talking about, though. I'm like, I know somebody's going to be able to tell me what the title is, but because it's such a long title. But anyway, well, we are at the end of the comments, and we are ready to go into our last and final sprint. So I will put up my last sprint banner. And yeah, so be productive, do something that you want to do. Do something productive, or just treat yourself. The push and pull between authors and publishers, it has to be stressful because those people, I mean, authors have, when they communicate with their audiences and stuff, they want obviously the dates to be reliable, and sometimes it's just not the case. I read that last year and it was too much romance for me, so I'm not going to rush to the second one, but I might pick it up depending on reviews. Yeah, that's smart. I think that romance worked for me because I just think, I don't know why. It was just very cozy. I liked the grumpy sunshineness of the couple. I thought that was very fun. Haven't read it. No worries. But I made tentative plans to buddy read it with Leandra since we're both scared of romances. Oh, that'll be cute. I think you guys will enjoy it. How much is the publisher, or how much is the publisher is pushing for a popular author to get the book done, and how much is it an unrealistic deadline when someone's doing a creative job? Yeah, for sure. It's hard. Like that's got to be hard to plan all of that out. And also with like things going on with supplies and stuff like that with publishers, sometimes they make promises they can't fulfill because they want the money, but they don't necessarily plan things out well. So like I'm sure it's just chaotic getting a book published. It wasn't romance forward, which was nice. I agree. I think it was obviously a part of the plot, but I liked the focus on the witchy society and like the girls living in a place that they weren't technically supposed to be together, but obviously they don't want to separate them because they're family. Yeah. I think I could have handled the romance if it was less cozy, if it was buried in more action, maybe. But I see why so many people loved it. Yeah, I liked the coziness, but I like cozy reads. So, I mean, that makes sense that if you're not a person who enjoys cozy romance, is definitely gonna not work. But I hope the next one, if you give the next one a try, if there's a whole bunch of positive reviews in the next one you like better. But I also totally get it if that series is just not for you. Guess we'll find out. I'm sure we'll both let you know, yes. You should, because I'm interested to know if you guys like it. Okay, guys, we are going into our next sprint. Have fun, do something for yourselves, and I'll be back in an hour to talk to you guys. Hello, friends. Let me know what you guys got up to that sprint. What did you get accomplished? I focused on Ninth Reign and got 30 pages read. I've got one more chapter before I'm done with my pages for the day. I've got about 10 more pages. So that's good. And then I think I haven't eaten lunch yet. And so I think I'm going to make my chickpea salad, have that for lunch, and then maybe start my meal prep. So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I have a couple other I have videos and stuff that I need to do today as well. That might be an evening task. We'll see. Let's see. Yelena joined us during that sprint. Hello, Yelena. I hope you're doing well. I'm going to be eating and possibly trying to read for a bit. What are you reading? Michelle left us. I hope you have a lovely evening and a lovely week as well, Michelle. And Christina joined us. Hello, Christina. Yes, do not forget to take care of yourselves. For sure. Always appreciate the reminder. That was a lunch and booktube sprint, including today's Battle of the Booktube video. I need to do that because I have not watched anyone's video since Wednesday. So I'm excited. I don't know what's going to happen. Well, I do know what's going to happen, but I'm not going to tell you guys what's going to happen. But I'm excited to see the live show for all of them to be able to talk about the books and what they thought of their recommendations to begin with and their predictions and things like that. I think it's going to be fun. I bet this was probably about my face that I made right before I changed over to talking to you guys. And I have a mat, because I'm on carpet, but I have a rolly chair. I have a mat under me, and I was pulling myself forward so I'd be closer to my mic and closer to you guys. But because the mat has a little section that fits under my desk, one of the wheels fell in the little section that's not matted, and so my chair it sucked me under the desk more than I wanted to be. So that was that face. Hope you enjoyed. Hoping to start Death on the Nile this week or next, providing the mood cooperates. Absolutely. That is an Agatha Christie, right? Or is that a retelling of an Agatha Christie? For some reason, I'm doubting myself. Because is that the next in the Christie book club? Is that the next book for her? I need to continue with Agatha Christie. I have not read a Christie this year, and I need to. Had lunch on that sprint. What did you eat? Hope it was delicious. Just remembered there was a volleyball watch that started at the top of the hour that I wanted to watch, so there might not be any reading happening today. Hey, watching volleyball is important too, especially since it's something that you really enjoy doing, so do it. 42% of Empire of Silence, 11 hours in, 15 to go. I know the thought. I read The Empire of Silence the first time I read it. Did I read that one again? I don't think I actually never mind. I was going to reread it, but I don't think I have yet. I know I'm going to now. My goodness, I'm just rambling. But I think it was the second one that I ended up reading on audio. The first one I read physically, and I read it while I was on vacation. So it's quite chunky. It takes a little bit out of you. And it's also very dense. Definitely not a light read, but I enjoyed it a lot. Cleaned up, ready to go out before it gets any hotter today. Ugh. It's currently 80 or 26 degrees Celsius and headed to 85 or 35 degrees Celsius. Yuck. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the hot weather. It is supposed to rain today, so it's a little bit cooler than it typically would be. Right now it's 82 degrees outside. My mom and I, we've been walking because we walk every day, but we've been walking either in the mornings on the weekends if we can, or in the evening, after 7 p.m. And sometimes even when we walk after 7 p.m., it's still really gross. Today we have to walk after 7, and I'm hoping that she'll maybe push it to after 8 because yeah, it's hot and humid. Not fun. Read maybe 10 more pages of Just for the Summer. Dungeon Crawler Carl had me complaining about my poor fiance for a while. I'm glad you have someone to complain about. I did see your message in Discord. I haven't read it yet because I want to get caught up to that point before I read any spoilers. But I talked to Brian about it as well, about my dislike of certain scenes that have been in that book. So I understand. 95. Okay, 95 and 35. I wouldn't have caught the fact that it was wrong. I I know the conversion, or I used to know the conversion between Celsius and Fahrenheit, and I could look it up again, but I don't do it well in my head. Yeah, thanks for being here, Christina. I appreciate it. Dinner is almost made for me now. Fried rice and chicken. That sounds delicious. I hope you enjoy. Blech. The heat is already making me delirious. I understand. Currently in the middle of 2 books, a thriller called 56 Days and a horror story, the collection of Black Girl Survives, in this one. Huh. I feel like I've heard of Black Girl Survives in this one. Who's the author of that? Not that I don't know that I would read it because it's a short story collection, and I haven't had good luck with short story collections recently, but I do still wanna give a couple of them a try. I'm so behind on book 2. I've only seen the first 2 Battle of Booktuber videos so far. Can't wait to catch up. Hey, they're gonna be there. So whenever you get to them, you get to them. No worries. Came back to see you making that face and went, "What?" Yep. I still need to catch up on Battle of the Booktuber. I'm on week 2, I think. I think, yeah, this is the end. Today was the end of week 2. So you don't have very much to catch up on. They're very fun. There's a lot of different personalities and a lot of different opinions on the books that were recommended. There are definitely some surprises that I thought, like, a recommendation came in and I was like, oh, I think that's a really good recommendation. And then someone, ends up DNFing or vice versa, where I'm like, oh, I don't know about that. And then they end up loving it. So yeah, there's some fun things await. I never know meal names in English, but like filet and potatoes, okay. Steak and potatoes is typically what I mean, I don't know that that has, unless it's like a special filet, and then it might have a name, but I wouldn't know it anyway. It sounds good though. Hope you're enjoying. Rainy is sprinting for her birthday, so yes, we should go and say hello. Hop over there if you guys are sprint hopping. Hey, spend some time with her. I'll have to do that. Thank you for Christina for the note. I knew that Rainy was doing sprints sometime today, but I didn't know when it was. So thank you. That's the next Christy in the book club book. Okay, good. Everyone saying hello. Edited by, is it Sarasia? And Desiree S. Evans. I'll have to look that up. I'm going to start this. I'll look it up after the sprints. Not a fan of hot summers, at least in the evening, the sun is setting, or at least the angle is so oblique it doesn't add too much to the heat intensity. Yeah, I we typically, like when we walk in the evenings, one side of my neighborhood is really shaded after 7, and so we'll just walk in the shade, and it definitely helps because walking in straight sun, I was a little surprised that my husband was mowing the yard just now because he doesn't like the heat either. But since it's supposed to rain and our yard really needs to be mowed, he was like, I needed to get it done now. So yeah, I'm looking forward to fall. Not to wish away my summer, but I'm not a fan of the really yucky heat. I'm okay. I'm okay with it being warm, but I don't like the hot and humidity day after day. It's a little exhausting. Okay, it's YA though. I'm reading it for horror bingo. Not sure I've ever read it if not for that. I love challenges that kind of make you go out of your comfort zone though, because sometimes you find things that you absolutely love. So good. I hope you enjoy it. Well, friends, that's it from me for today. Remember, Rainy's birthday sprints are happening, so go and tell her happy birthday. Maybe spend some time with her if you guys are needing some more reading sprints. I probably will do that to finish up my pages for ninth Rain. And yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. It's always a fun time. I love having you guys here. And I honestly, I was thinking yesterday, I was, like, a little down, and I was like, "I don't know that I wanna do sprints." And my husband was like, "Isn't it just your sprints? You're just by yourself?" And I was like, "Yeah, I just don't know." And I'm so glad that I did. I'm glad that I came on. So, thank you guys for being here. It means a lot. Yeah, I hope everyone has a good week too. Thanks for being here, guys. I appreciate it. And yes, be well. Have a good day, guys. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll see you next time.